Today is Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We are calling to order the Board of Supervisors for the County of Monterey. It is 9 o'clock. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. However, Supervisor Luis Alejo will be absent today. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session?
No additions or corrections.
All right, that's easy. We have closed session items number 1A through C. Is there any public comment on our closed session items this morning? All right, seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and recess into closed session. I will be back here to reconvene at 10:30 a.m. Meeting of Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors are present, however, with the exception of Supervisor Luis Alejo, who will not be present today. Do we have Diego with us online for our Spanish interpretation services today? Diego, could you make our announcement?
Yes, buenos días. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete de español a inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll move next to the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would rise, please. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda this morning?
There are, and that is number 1, to remove item number 20 under the consent agenda, general government, and that was per the department's request. The item will be removed from the agenda. And then lastly, to adjourn in memory of Raymond and Aurelia Narvaez at the request of Supervisor Daniels.
Got it. Great. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have one ceremonial resolution on our agenda today. We'll take that out to public comment for ceremonial resolutions. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Okay, I'll second. We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Askew. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, passes unanimously. And we'll just say congratulations to Commanding Sergeant Mark Sievers upon his retirement from 24 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Mark. We wish you well in your retirement. Let's see here. I'm good. Okay. Next up, we have appointments. We have 2 appointments on our agenda this morning, items 3 and 4. Is there any public comment on our appointments this morning? Seeing no public comment on appointments, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval, and after a second, I'd love to make a couple brief remarks.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Church, and we'll go to comment.
Thank you. I just want to briefly thank Ustolia. She's a long-time San Lucas resident for stepping up to serve in this role. She was a welder. She worked on the Bay Bridge and some incredible architecture up in the Bay Area before moving home to San Lucas to take on this role. She stepped up at a time when it's hard to find folks willing to volunteer because, as we know, we're approaching 15 years of no drinking water. So I just want to thank her for being willing to step into that role at this incredibly difficult period. And I just also want to thank Libby Downey for continuing to serve with us on the Board of Trustees at Natividad. She is our most recent past chair, and it's an honor to keep her on as we continue to go through all the impacts of HR 1 at Natividad, and having her expertise at the helm as a nurse is a big deal. So I want to thank them both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just, as I have been on all of our previous special district appointments, want to make sure that we're providing the clear noticing of those vacancies. My understanding of the San Lucas County Water District is that it is a full board appointment. And so my request is that we just notice them appropriately on our agenda as such. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Kate, was that a yeah? Yes. Yep, okay, perfect. Okay, that was appointments are approved unanimously. We can move on to our consent calendar. We have items number 24 through 28 with the item number 20 was pulled by county staff to come back at a later date. Okay, so items 14 through 28, we'll open consent up to public comment. Is there anyone for public comment on the consent calendar this morning? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we will close public comment on consent calendar, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Church?
2 items I just want to comment on, 25 and 26.
Yeah, go ahead.
Briefly on the 26 is, I know I sort of kind of feel like sometimes I'm sort of like the format cop on the agenda, but it's the format's out of sync with what we standardly do, and just would ask to have departments, everyone keep an eye on that, just so that they're easy to read in the public. On 25, I really wanted to go a little more lengthier discussion on that one because I think it's really significant, and this is where Department of Emergency Management is seeking a $200,000 grant from the state, and it's for the development of the Monterey County's community wildfire prevention plan. The current one we have is has a little long in the tooth, even though it's only back to 2010. It really isn't as relevant today with the changing situations. And as we all know, we're in a very fire-prone county. There's major fires in District 5 regularly and District 3, and my district is highly vulnerable. We've just been able to avoid them from, and so this is, development of this plan is something I should back up and say that prior to becoming on the board, I was president of the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County, and was aware of this plan, aware that it needed to be updated. So it's really welcome to see that we're making this step in this direction into here, onto that. And I'm hopeful we're going to have a more thorough discussion here in the future about this, because it really does. It allows for some hazardous fuel reduction. It's really an essential tool on wildfire management. And as I mentioned earlier, it is out of date. One of the things that I have had discussions with the Department of Emergency Management and also brought up repeatedly when I was on the Fire Safe Council is how we really need to start mirroring what we're doing here with what some of the Sierra counties have done. Particularly, I've been really impressed with the Lake Tahoe Basin Forest Action Plan, which was developed in I think 2008. That plan and how they worked about getting a collaborative, multi-jurisdictional plan so that there was real efforts to go forth and have the kind of cooperation and fire prevention that's necessary. When the Caldor fire happened in 2021, it started over in Amador County, actually El Dorado County, and not so far from Placerville or Jackson, and it burned all the way to Lake Tahoe. It stopped there because of the effectiveness of what the Lake Tahoe Forest, Lake Tahoe Basin Forest Action Plan had put forth, and that's really a model. So I'm really looking forward to further discussions on it and really getting the board involved into this, because it is such an important issue. So just want to bring that up.
Thank you. On that matter, is this the same presentation that was scheduled for a scheduled item? Okay. So Supervisor Church indicated that, looking forward to this coming back. What is the next step? I realize we are simply authorizing and approving the director to submit the grant application, but is there a next step regarding the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and a role that this board will be playing in that?
Yes, there will be a more thorough item on June 2nd.
June 2nd, okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Any other comments or question on consent? Anything else over here? Okay. I did have one comment on I believe it's item 27, although I had it marked as 28. It's the Spartan race at Toro Park over the weekend of May 29th through 31st. Just want to say we're excited for the county to be hosting this event again, and but did want to notice that there are some limited park closures that are occurring. However, the trails, as I understand it, will remain open to the public. So just want to thank the team that's working on putting this event together, and let the community know that there will be notices published about the limited access during to Toro Park during that race. All right, did we have a motion on consent? I know we went up to public comment.
Consent.
We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Right, consent is approved unanimously. Back to, okay, now we'll open it up to public comment. Anyone who's with us today for to comment on items that are within the jurisdiction of this county, but not otherwise listed on our agenda today. We welcome your public comment, reminding everyone that these chambers do belong to you, and we're here conducting your business, and we really do appreciate you being present and sharing your thoughts and perspectives on county business with us. Thank you for being here. We'll start in chambers.
Great. Good morning. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. I'm here again because what we raised on March 24th has not been addressed. It's gotten worse. On July 1st, 2025, Supervisor Alejo Lopez requested that Ms. Maldonado be treated like county staff while she was not a county employee, but a contracted vendor providing custodial services. That is a clear breakdown of process. This is preferential treatment, and that is wrong. We came here and said it then, no process, disregard for policy, and favoritism. And now we're back because the CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, is attempting to quietly push this through the consent agenda. Let's be honest about what this is. This is an attempt to hide it. And this pattern of pulling items off the consent agenda only when you think the public is watching. That's not transparency, that's manipulation. Yes, that's number 20 that was pulled today. According to the Weekly, your Chief Procurement Officer, Dr. Wilson, was placed on leave in June 2025. The same person responsible for upholding procurement integrity. So the question is she on leave because she would not sign off on this? Because now the CAO is willing to override ethical procurement standards, conflict of interest safeguards, and fairness to customize an agreement for one vendor. Yes, one. And let's talk about costs. Dr. Wilson has been on full salary and benefits since June 13th, 2025. That's well over $150,000 of taxpayer money. Yes, that's our money. You are using our money to cover up the fact that CAO acted in retaliation when she walked off Dr. Wilson. While staff are overwhelmed and the system is being bent for one individual. Last week we talked about oversight of the sheriff's office. So I'll ask you now, where is the oversight of the CAO? Because this is not about politics. This is about fairness, accountability, and doing what is right. Stop this, restore the process, and respect the public you serve. What I see is cover-up, corruption, and manipulation. Thank you.
Karen Cameron, Concerned Salinas resident. I invite all of you to come to the important California Department Pesticide Regulation meeting for the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. They're actually meeting in Salinas this Friday, April 24th, 4 to 8 p.m., right down the street, 200 Lincoln Avenue. I hope to see everyone there. A few of my concerns arise that we have no real data coming from Salinas, salad bowl of the world. Obviously mass producing more than anywhere. The only air monitoring is coming out of Pajaro to cover both Monterey and Santa Cruz County, and that's inadequate, insufficient. We need to request data and know what we're breathing. When I look at the environmental justice element of the Monterey County general plan, they cite data for disadvantaged communities, not Salinas, but areas like Baranda, 99%, Castroville, 95 to 99%. This is pesticide accumulation data coming from Cal EnviroScreen. Chular, 88%, Las Lomas, 99%, Moss Landing, 99%. Pajaro, where we have our air monitor, is listed at 79 to 100%. That's awfully vague. so I'm going to assume 100%. Pine Canyon, 80%. San Lucas, 82%. So where are we at with Salinas? There's a lot going on with the state. I urge everyone to make public commenting in regards to spray days. You can find out what toxic restricted pesticides are being applied within 1 mile of you, or perhaps your child's school or someone else's home. Spray days, cdpr.ca.gov. You can also get more information on pesticideinfo.org. So this is applicable to every one of us, Salinas being 40% of the county population, 50% of the homeless. There's much more that I've sent you in writing, and I urge you to be there and learn more. Everyone in the public the same. Thank you.
So good morning, Supervisors. Eloise Shim, resident of Salinas. I want to comment about, although it was already brought forward in the consent agenda, I want to comment about the allocation for $100,000 for the soccer complex. I think that reimbursing them when it's really an added allocation from the monies that are granted to this soccer complex from both private and public contributions, including the city of Salinas. So I don't really think that the county should be adding another $100,000 for a reimbursement when they already get a lot of money.
Name is Eric Peterson. And just to add one thing to what Eloise just said, when the soccer complex was proposed, the proponents made a really big deal about how it was all going to be donated money. There was going to be no government money. And while it's doing a good purpose, and I really like the idea about a BMX track, it would be nice if they got honest. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is John Macias, U.S. Marine, Vietnam combat veteran, and one of the directors of the Monterey County Vietnam Veterans Memorial Committee. I am here in person to invite each one of you to attend a Memorial Day program on Monday, May 25th at 11 a.m. at the Monterey County Vietnam Veterans Memorial on Veterans Way here in Salinas. You may have received an email invitation a few weeks ago. Here, I present a flyer to you as a reminder of the upcoming Memorial Day, where we honor and remember specifically all of our Monterey County fallen military heroes, as well as all KIAs. The program runs approximately 45 minutes to an hour. We look forward to seeing you at this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move online. We have a number of hands raised online for public comment. Again, this is general public comment. We appreciate you being with us today. And I'll just ask that you watch the timer. We have 2 minutes for each comment. We'll start with Brian and then go to the phone number ending in 705. And Brian, you'll need to unmute yourself. We give permission, the clerk has given permission for you or asked you to unmute. You'll have to hit unmute in order to speak.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. I appreciate your time and your contributions that you do for the public. First, I'd like to say thank you very much for the COVID memorial and event. You all deserve a hearty thanks and pat on the back. So I'm patting you on the back. I was at a hearing recently, and Mr. Novo was the gentleman running the meeting, the planning meeting. And One of the items on the agenda was very, very straightforward. It was for about 10 miles down the Big Sur coast. A gentleman had an application in to replace an existing gate and replace some sections of existing wooden wall. I think the length of the whole improvement might have been 54 feet. So again, a like to like, not raising, nothing controversial. And the planning, the write-up from the planning department said it was a minimal application, however they wanted to describe it, but very inconsequential. So fine, we are placing a wooden gate with a copper gate, a wooden fence with stone. So again, very, very straightforward. And here we are, I think it's 2 years later, and $100,000 and an attorney and an architect. And so my point is, it should have been an across-the-counter approval. The existing fence, when the original house was done, could have been 2 feet higher. But again, they wanted the fence to block the view of the house. So again, they were asking for nothing extraordinary. And 2 years later, $100,000, architect, lawyer. My point is, that $100,000, he would have gladly donated to the Big Sur Health, Big Sur Fire, but instead you're leaving him with a bad taste in the mouth. And why would he want to then contribute to the good of the community when he's been dragged through the mud for 2 years, $100,000 to replace an existing gate and part of his existing fence? So please make these things administrative approval. Thank you.
We'll go next to the phone number ending in 705 and then the phone number ending in 837.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We've got you. Thank you.
I sent you all a report given on video by the top go-to fire scientist in the U.S., Jack Cohen, on how homeowners can save their homes from wildfires. This information was not included in your eucalyptus removal pilot program and should have been, because as Jack Cohen states, eucalyptus trees are not the problem, it's dry leaves and pine needles. Mr. Church, I learned that you began this eucalyptus removal pilot project, and this must stop with you. You must stop giving homeowners false information about these trees, because this community needs these trees to combat global warming in our area. Our national marine sanctuary is heating up, and with each tree removal, regardless of its native or non-native status, is one of the big tools in our toolbox to combat global greenhouse gases. So far, 2,000 large eucalyptus trees have been removed along with deadly herbicides to kill their trunks. 2,000 trees represents 2,000 tons of global greenhouse gases these trees no longer absorb a year. We've lost 520,000 pounds of oxygen a year these trees could have created, and the rainfall that they could have created a year through transpiration was 300 million gallons of water a year. Their contribution towards keeping our area cool and thus the bay cool is immeasurable. The chipping process releases tons of carbon and stored pollutants as well. In Jack Cohen's educational video, the number one cause of house fires is not trees, it's dry leaves. That should be our number one concern. So please stop killing our eucalyptus trees. Your program is endangering us all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 837.
Hi, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen. Yeah, I love eucalyptus trees, and I think it's a real shame to be taking out these precious, big, giant, beautiful trees. I think we need a moratorium. I mean, you take out a big tree and you plant some small trees, and it takes, 50, 60 years before you're losing a lot of oxygen production. And so we need to make sure there's no net loss oxygen production from the trees. And we need to plant more trees, and we need to take out leaves and grass right next to houses and make sure that things are fire safe. But even the sites that I've gone to say eucalyptus trees, just by removing some dead branches and so forth, it can be made much, much safer. Anyway, I just encourage you to protect the trees and plant more trees all over Monterey County. I want to change the subject quite to the war machine, which our president is destroying our country right now and may drop. Who knows? I hear talk that he wants to drop a nuclear bomb and he's not being allowed to have access to the codes. This guy is crazy. We need to do resolutions. Our whole country is being destroyed. The world economy is being destroyed. And the military industrial complex is running rampant that Eisenhower warned us against. So please have some resolutions against the out of control military industrial complex. Maybe we were the good guys in the Civil War and the World War II, but our military has been doing some terrible things. And Eisenhower was absolutely right. And we need some resolutions for peace to support the civilians that are being killed, because they're the real victims. Anyway, I appreciate all of you, and you're trying to make Monterey County a better place, and think about the trees and how we can make us fire safe without destroying.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we don't have any other hands raised online and no one else in chambers for public comment. We will close public comment, bring it back to the board for our scheduled matters today. Starting with, and actually before we do that, I did just want to say there were a couple comments. The county's environmental justice element draft is open for public review period through Monday, May 11th. So if anyone does have comments or would like to review the draft environmental justice element, that is posted online, and you can submit your comments. And then just wanted to say for Memorial Day on Monday, May 25th, we're proud to support this project and see it.
Yeah, I'd love to chime in on that last one as well, Madam Chair, and just thank John Macias for being here. I've had the opportunity to be John's supervisor for many years and know all of his contributions beyond what he cited today. He's been a Veteran of the Year as well for the County of Monterey, and he recently shared with me some incredible stories of heroics by our soldiers in Vietnam, and I want to thank him for sharing that information with us and for highlighting this opportunity. I will be joining you on the 25th and look forward to being there and meeting many more veterans. Thank you, John.
All right, so with that, we can now move on to item number 7, adopting our updated general financial policies for reflecting revisions to the county's fiscal management framework, including updates to operating budget requirements, revenue and expenditure policies, fund balances, and reserve policies. We will pass the floor to our CAO. To Deja. We'll pass the floor to Deja for our presentation. Thank you, Budget Director. Thanks.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair, and CAO De La Rosa. I'm here to present the updates to the general financial policies for the fiscal year 2026-2027, which begins July 1st, 2026. Also, ACAO Michael Beaton is online and will assist in answering any questions that may arise. First, the first up here is the clarification of the Budget Committee role and responsibility. On page 3.4, Principal Functions of the Budget Committee, we have edited the text to provide better clarity in the role and responsibility of the Budget Committee by removing providing direction and oversight and replacing with providing recommendations. And on page 21, 12.3, Financial Analysis of Funding Sources. The Board of Supervisors receives this information of funding sources and availability and already provides final direction with augmentation requests, budget, and matters under fiscal constraints. So what we're doing here is streamlining the process and allowing that to remain at the Board of Supervisors level. .7 Appropriations and Transfers. So for on page 6, these are the highlights instead of reading the full text that was provided in the agenda. The County Administrative Officer, designated administrator responsible for managing appropriation control, including transfers and revisions that do not increase the total appropriations of the budget unit. These are the highlights. We're establishing appropriation control at the major expense category level within each budget unit. After the adoption of the budget, no transfers between major expense categories within the same budget unit unless approved by the CAO office. What we have done here is replaced all appropriation control at unit level to appropriation control at major expense category. We've also replaced the required board authorization of transfers at appropriation unit with budget unit. With this, the CAO will institute a system-based budgetary control at the budget unit level and major expense category level. Transfers of appropriations or movement of general fund contribution between budget units must be approved by the board resolution. 7.8, maintaining revenue and expenditure categories. The addition of this language on page 12 and as an add is correlated with the change on the previous slide, in which we are further indemnifying the change to 5.7 appropriations and transfers with the detail of the major expenditure category definitions, which are salary and employee benefits, services and supplies, other charges, capital assets, and other financing uses. Appropriations may not be used across appropriation categories without the express approval of the county administrative office. Appropriations will be controlled at the major expenditure category. So what this means is we will not be able, we're ceasing the ability to move budget from salary, employee, and benefits, between services and supplies, and all of the other categories listed above. 7.9, outside organization contributions. Excuse me here. On page 13, this is strictly just for the contributions to the road fund. Here, we just removed the fiscal years for which it was established, which is over 12 years old, fiscal year 2013 and 14, and removed the text that is the contribution is a replacement of the previous $2 million that the county provided in previous years. So the text that remains here clearly defines that the TOT contribution was established by the board and is capped at 25% total of TOT revenue. 8.3, committed fund balance strategic reserve fund. The old language was particularly confusing. So this change is to clarify that the Natividad funds in the strategic reserve do not count toward the county's goal of maintaining a strategic reserve equal to 10% of the general fund. 8.4, assigned fund balance, compensated absences assignment. To page 16, here are some of the additional highlights. On page 16, addition to 8.4, in which we are to maintain this account as a reserve only for the cost of unrealized compensated absences at a 10% of the compensated absence liability as delineated in the annual comprehensive financial report for governmental activities. Compensated absences expenditures shall be first paid from department budget units unless department cannot cover costs, in which they must submit a request to the CAO with proof the payment will cause an undue burden to the department operations and or exceed salary and benefit appropriations. With approval of the CAO office, subsequent board authority shall be requested to increase appropriations for compensated absences assignment. So this slide you'll see is a breakdown of the activity of our compensated absences assignment reserve balance, the 5-year to current activity. So as you'll see in 2021, that we had to transfer back to the PARS from which zeroed out the balance. In 2022 through 2025, there was various activity that where we issued for expenses and or added through the budget end of year report. So here we are in 25-26. This is up to date and current, and we're sitting at about $8.36 million. As said on the previous adjustment to this fiscal, on the previous slide, adjustment to this fiscal policy, we're asking that we keep this at a 10% of the compensated absences liability as represented in the ACFR, which would actually bring this balance down to just roughly in the $5 million range. So this would free up about $3.4 million. 8.5, order of usage of fund balance. For page 17. Just a reminder that under this policy, the use of fund balance should always start with the most restricted category to spend first before moving down to the next fund balance category. So further to To clarify that, we've added an additional language that general fund usage shall be the funding of last resort. Grant management. Here on page 20, we've only made additions. So that the expectation that any county positions established as a result of a grant or external funding source is expected to be eliminated if that funding ceases, and or if there is funding found that the department can support those positions otherwise. For paragraph 5, the addition, grants that require general fund match or potential general funds to fulfill the grant requirements, to further clarify grant management. 11, internal service fund, 11.0, internal service funds. The use of internal service funds. Updated to the Risk Management General Liability and Workers' Compensation Fund Balance provision. This is delineating the minimum fund balance levels. That minimum fund balance levels shall be maintained at no less than 70% confidence level as determined by an actuarial study. For 11.4, internal service funds reporting, we have removed that. The final slide, this is just some updates to language for the state and federal reference guidance. So no major updates other than with the ACO, we worked on this at 5.9, preparation of financial reports. The ACO annually prepares. We've removed the Circular A-133 compliance supplement. On 5.9C, we've replaced federal management with the U.S. Office of Management and Budget. And also SC, we have removed cost principles for state and local governments. And that is it. So we can go to any questions or comments.
Great, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question just regarding the contributions to the road fund. And I think it's just, I'm getting caught up in the words. I want to ensure that the change doesn't indicate that there used to be $2 million provided per annum to the road fund from the general fund and the 25%. And now we're reducing the amount, or maybe that is what we're doing. I'm just trying to understand better.
Sure. So the old policy, what we're doing is we're just further clarifying that it actually was a replacement of that 2.0 million.
Got it.
So by just consolidating the text, it's easier language to understand that now this is what it is. We're at 25% of the TOT revenue.
That's helpful. That's what I was seeking to clarify.
Okay.
Any other questions on this side? No. Okay. I do have some questions. I'll work my way through them, I guess, and then we'll open it up to the public. So we did have some budget meetings last year that went and talked about making, cleaning up our, making some changes to the financial policies. And I just want to start by saying, like, the financial policies guide the development of our budget. So this is our opportunity as a board to direct how we want, like, initial allocations to occur, and it's a document that we approve every year and that the board has made changes to over time. So it's not set in stone, it's a living document, but it's our first chance to say this is how we want the budget developed. And so I think sometimes it's sort of a procedural approval, and then other times we're doing more in-depth changes. And so the reviews that we did in budget committee last year spoke to, and we went into some detail on some of these changes, but then there's a number of changes in this draft in front of us that weren't discussed at budget committee. And the staff report mentions that. Can you, and I think the ones that the questions that I have are on the items that weren't actually discussed in detail in budget committee. And so that really is on the change to appropriations at the major expense and budget unit level. It's a pretty significant change to how we've had our department heads managing their budgets previously. And I just want to understand a little bit better about how, what level of engagement our department heads have had in making this recommendation. And I think it would be helpful for me to hear from department heads about what really this is is a massive change for them. And so to make sure that we as a board are understanding the impact that this would have on departments moving forward.
Let me address the question, and also, since we have Michael online, he could provide additional information. We've had several instances where we've discussed changes to the budget and the process over the course of the last 3 years, and now here we are in year 4. One of the requests from the board was the transparency to ensure that there's clarity in terms of where the dollars are being spent, what dollars are being used, what reserves are in place, and just making it a more open process rather than, just having the transition of dollars, whether we budgeted in salaries and benefits and then they move to services and supplies or capital or another type of use. This will actually allow for more clarity in that to actually be able to say that when you allocate dollars to salaries and benefits, it's actually being spent there. And if it's not, the CAO, in working with departments, could provide some of that clarity of why it's being moved or the need for it to be moved. There has been, feedback that's come back from departments as we speak. Some departments, when we met with them last week, expressed concern in different items that we had brought to your board on April 7th, and we're meeting and working through those different concerns. The conversation started back in December with this board, and with our team behind the scenes, we've also had several conversations. This is all to address the idea of just having more transparency within our budget. But Michael, I think it would be helpful for you to provide additional information. And just to clarify, I know there was a presentation before the Budget Committee, and I believe you may have transitioned off Budget Committee. So just to be, just to kind of track back on that, I think it was presented to Budget Committee. Can you confirm?
Thank you, Sonia. This is Michael Beaton, Assistant CAO. So on the individual items that we're talking about with the putting the appropriations at the expense category level, we're doing this for a couple different reasons. One of them is really in part due to our Oracle system that we're about to implement for our new finance management system. If we don't put this certain measurement in place while we do the initial implementation, it's going to be significantly harder to put it in afterwards. When we look at how our County of Monterey does our appropriations management and our oversight of appropriations compared to other jurisdictions best practices is set at the expense category level. And with this change in the fiscal policy, we're not identifying that departments can't move money around. We are just putting it in there that they must notify the CAO's office about it, and that we can absolutely have the authority to approve it or actually work with them to figure out why they're running over. What we are identified and what we have seen when looking at the historical past about these category expenses is we are having departments what we believe what looks like spend it or lose it. So when we get close to the end of the fiscal year, what we are identifying is the departments are identifying they have appropriations remaining and they're able to use it in whether we're moving their salaries and benefits over to services and supplies or vice versa. So that is kind of the implementation that we're trying to do. And I apologize, I'm kind of in the middle of a busy bus right now, so I apologize about the background.
Great, thank you for that. And I think, the question about the departments, so what I heard is that the departments, there are some concerns raised. And are there any examples that were shared about what this could, like what the impacts could be on a department level basis to make with this type of change?
Yeah, so the only real change that we're actually doing is having an additional approval level from the CAO's office. So there really shouldn't be necessarily an impact to a department if they're monitoring and managing their budgets appropriately. It is simply like, hey, to ensure that you're actually monitoring your budget, your expense categories, it is just one additional step to confirm with the CAO's office that you're having a appropriation issue. And then from there, we would ultimately approve it if it is a business case scenario.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, what would help me is to have heard directly from departments that this was something that we're all clear about the implications. The handfuls of conversations that I've had, there could be some fairly significant impacts on departments to go from a even to make the change. And then I think the question that's asked is really the notify versus approve piece. When we have some of our larger departments where we really have empowered our department heads to be managing their budgets across bureaus, across different sub-departments, and giving them the authority to make sure that they're coming in at the end, managing the overall budget at the end of the year. And so I think as we move forward, we're asking them to be clear about salaries and salaries and benefits versus supplies. We're tamping down on the vacancies, which I fully support. I think we're making a lot of changes, but it's taking away the flexibility that so many of our department heads have been used to operating with. And I want to make sure we're doing that in a way where the departments have been a part of the conversation. And I'm not sure that I'm hearing that at this point. So we'll go to the CAO first and then back to staff.
The departments have been in conversations, listening to some of these changes, and have been asked to reach out to us with any concerns they might have so that we'll be able to work through them. The bigger issue we have is just trying to monitor the amount of general fund and how it's used. There are certain departments that have expressed that they take dollars from salaries and benefits and put them into services and supplies, which again, when you're talking about general fund, that is something that we really should have an awareness of when we provide dollars to potentially fund positions, and instead they're being routed to a different funding expenditure. That's something that I think is important for us to track, especially since we're trying to be more vigilant about the budget and the use of the general fund.
We'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I think for me, having been around as long as I have, we often hear the word transparency used, but at the end, to me, it's coming down to this question of control. We've had instances with this board in the last few years where we've not been given control over department budgets, over additional money that's flowed in from the federal government, and that's been my concern. I think this change is hard, given the fact that right now we have a lot of folks that have worked with the county a really long time, used to the way that we've budgeted. But we're also entering a really tough fiscal window, and the controls that I've supported over the last few years, the CAO building, are to help us navigate those tough times by better understanding the levers that we do and don't have control of. And I see this as a question of who controls the lever. And at this point, the closer it gets to the board, unfortunately, given the situation that we're facing, I think is important. And that's the reason I'm supportive of this method. I get that it's hard for a lot of departments who historically had the ability to use dollars as they see fit, but it's left the policy realm several times, and that policy realm is ours. And I want to make sure that we're setting that policy and making those final decisions, and I think the CAO is our tool to do that in terms of the lever we need to be able to maximize control right now, given the tight window that we're seeing, not just in the next 12 months, but the next 24 to 36. And so for that reason, I get the concerns. That's the lens that I put on these policy decisions as we made them at budget committees to come forward to us, is really making sure that it's not just even budget committee, in my opinion. The way these controls that we just modified are set up, there's going to be more control that comes here to this board. That was important for me, given some of the recent decisions that were made, I think, without our full ability to express our needs and opinions for our communities before those decisions were made in a way that I saw as, in a way, tying our hands. So again, I'm seeking to empower the CAO through these policies, and I get that it's tough right now in terms of hearing some of that pushback from certain departments, a couple in particular, but big picture, where we're headed, I think we need to know where those levers are and be able to make that decision from here in public so everybody can see that important decision that rests with us and not within a department head. As much as we know that they carry a large burden, that burden is ours.
Okay, so that was one of the questions, comments. I'm just trying to understand, and make sure that we understand what the change to departments. And I think ultimately, change is something that we're going to have to continue, and the challenges facing our budget are very real. But the reality is that the way that I see our departments operating, we've given our directors a great deal of responsibility and authority to deliver services to the community. And they've found the ways to do that within the existing systems. So if we're going to change those systems, we're going to have to understand that there will likely be less flexibility for our departments to continue delivering services in the way that they have been delivering services. And it will require us to have some flexibility in terms of what we're authorizing for adjustments because of the significance of the change. I just want to acknowledge this is a significant, it's not just a couple words, like it's a really significant change to how we operate our finances here in Monterey County.
If I could just add a little comment to that is, just to reiterate what Michael and Sonia have said, is this also is an opportunity to also be more transparent in planning. So what a budget is a plan. It is telling our public what our plan is for the year. And if we transfer between major expense categories during the year, our public's not aware at all times where we're spending those dollars. So this is an opportunity to be more transparent. But where I see it as also is an opportunity to be more of a partner with our departments. We're not saying no, we're just saying here's an extra process. Rather than allowing the freedom of spending salaries and benefits on services implies, this is a cost control fact during a budget cycle, but also an opportunity to sit down together and say, hey, look, what are your other fund balances? What are some restricted uses that we have not looked at that can qualify for these expenses, and work as a partner to alleviate some of those financial burdens that they may have in these upcoming years, because as you know, we're all in a budget deficit. So it's not as more as, this is definitely not a no, it's more of an ability to create a partnership and do some cost control measures as we move forward.
Great, thank you. And then another question on the language on 7.9 around the contributions to the road fund. So in terms of how the budget's established, I think the expectation is that we're putting 25% of TOT into the road fund, not that it's capped at 25%. Can we just clarify the language? Yeah,
so that was the language that has always existed in the financial policy, so that is something I did not edit. So if that is something that we want to take as a recommendation to make it an official 25%, then that would need a further edit. But that was the language that existed before.
Okay, so it's up. And I think from a budget development perspective, the board has said on a number of occasions that it's our expectation that 25% of the TOT will be budgeted for roads. And again, I'm preempting the county council. So again, this is a budget, this is a document that we approve every year, but if we're approving these guidelines for this year's budget development and this cycle of budget development, I think it would be appropriate to have that language in the financial policies so that we're clear. But we'll go to council.
Yes.
Or go to.
Let's, Susan,
Council, do you have comments?
I'll share.
Yeah, you handled it. It's something that has to be approved every year. It can't be earmarked in perpetuity.
Right.
So you handled it. Right. Thank you.
And from my perspective, as the folks that are drafting the recommended budget, there are instances like current year where the list of items that the board has expressed wanting to include as part of the budget process are going to exceed the revenues that are available. Having it listed as it currently is, it gives us a flexibility to get us through to recommended budget, and then your board ultimately makes the decision of where the dollars will go. I think having that flexibility has allowed us to keep the ball rolling. Removing it then may cause issues with our recommended budget that would have been alleviated had we had that little bit of flexibility, with the understanding that, yes, the board is supportive of that 25%, but at times when we're drafting the budget, we may have to consider the use of it, even if the board ultimately adopts something different. That's one thing. The other piece on, just to circle back on the last question you had in terms of the appropriation levels, Debbie just reminded me that GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, actually has it as a best practice that it be at that level.
Thank you. Did I see comment heads? So I think during our budget workshop, if we're approving these guidelines for this year, what I heard my colleagues say was 25% into the road fund was our expectation. So it would make sense to me that we include that language in these financial guidelines for this year that we're approving. So that would be one suggestion that I think we do need to change.
Would it be possible just to remove the word capped? Does that still provide you the flexibility at CAO? I think if it just said the TOT contribution percentage for the road fund was established by the board and is currently at 25%.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would work perfectly. Mm-hmm.
And then I appreciate the level of detail on the compensated absences assignment, and I know the spreadsheet in here isn't part of the policy itself, but the slide that reviews the last 5 years. And I just want to point out that this has been historically one-time money that we've put into this account, and I've said that before. And so if we were going to reduce the total amount that we keep in that account down to the recommendation of the amount, I think that the leftover amount would be one-time money, and I would hope that we can treat it as such in the development of however we intend to spend that, whether that's putting it right back into our strategic reserve, which is too low, but I would hate to see us use that one-time money for ongoing expenses that are going to come back later and have needs. And then on I think actually with those, yep. Okay, those are my questions that I had for now. So let's open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on our financial policies, general financial policies?
So good morning again, Eloise Shim. I want to comment about the financial policies in terms of, I think that any improvement on the process is important, especially with regard to transparency to the board and to the general public in monitoring the appropriation and the issues that have to do with the appropriations, because we've heard in California about the alarming rate of fraud in government spending and the exposure of government spending. Example, in San Francisco, the Human Rights Commission. In Los Angeles, the healthcare scamming in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So I think it's really important that there is transparency in the policies for both the board and the public. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers with public comment? Okay, we'll go online. Is there anyone with public comment online? This is for item number 7, our general financial policies update. Seeing no hands raised, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Or to consider a motion.
I'd be happy to provide the motion. It looks like we're receiving, sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Staff recommendations, scheduled matters. Let's adopt the updated general financial policies. And I move to do that.
With the clarification on the language.
Yes, with the clarification on the language of the road fund.
I will second that.
Okay.
And I'll just ask a question on that clarification of the language to make sure we're all on the same page. So that's the expectation. If we take out the word capped, we're giving direction to the CAO to develop this budget with 25% of the TOT dedicated to the road fund.
Correct.
Everyone has the same understanding.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And CAO, yes, we're all, that's how we want it. Okay, perfect. Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? All right, passes unanimously. And I will just ask again for our departments, recognizing that this is a really significant change from how we've typically managed our budgets, that there's going to be some patience and back and forth that's going to be required, and that maintaining those open communications with the CAO team so that we can build up understanding of where the needs are. I don't want services to be impacted as a result of these changes. So if you need to bring a request forward, please work in partnership with our team to make sure we're maintaining level of service. Okay, with that, I think we are recessing for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30 today for the remainder of our agenda. Thank you. Supervisors meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors, with the exception of Supervisor Luis Alejo, who is absent today, are here in the room. We will welcome again our Spanish interpretation services with Diego Salas, who is with us remotely. Diego, are you able to make our announcement about Spanish interpretation services that are available?
Yes, Madam Chair. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We'll move right into our scheduled matters for the afternoon, receiving a status update on ordinance number 5443 regarding the prohibition of oversized vehicles on Railroad Avenue. And we'll pass the floor to Randy Ishii.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. And with me today are various staff members from the department, as well as staff members from the county's Homeless Strategies and Initiatives Division and other staff members. The item before you today is to receive an update on the status of Railroad Avenue and Allison Roads in the community of Pajaro since the adoption of the ordinance 5443. In terms of the presentation overview for this afternoon, for our conversation, we'll start off with the background. We'll talk about the SITREP, the progress to date, recommendations, and then end with questions and comments. By way of brief background, this is a location map showing the subject area with the highlight in yellow representing Railroad Avenue and Allison Roads, the subject of the Board Referral 2025.11, and were passed through an ordinance at a previous board meeting to be a no oversized vehicle parking with tollway authorization. The next few slides are somewhat wordy, so staff will go over these in brief in the interest of time. By way of background, this started off with a board referral, recognized that there were homeless individuals living in recreational vehicles, i.e. oversized vehicles along this road without appropriate services. Subsequent to that, staff came back with a preliminary analysis report on 4 November 25 and followed that up with the first reading of the ordinance on 10 February 26. Subsequent to that, at the 10 March 26 board meeting, the board conducted the second reading and adoption of said ordinance, and the board also gave additional actions such as the reassessment of services, regional coordination, and possible expansion of the ordinance. And altogether, the action was to return with a SITREP on 7 April 26 prior to the ordinance becoming effective, with the CEO meeting with the City of Watsonville and Santa Cruz County to explore expanding the prohibition to all roads in Pajaro and to include trailers, as well as some particular exemptions, and continue with connecting to services and proceeding with a safe parking program, as well as other near-term alternatives. And for the record, staff have not installed nor begun the enforcement of this no oversized vehicle parking ordinance until this item has been brought forward to your board. Hence, the item has been held in abeyance since that point in time. With that, staff would like to hand the next two slides over to our County Homeless Services Director, Director Wilson, to go over the latest in terms of the connection and outreach out on Railroad Avenues and Allison Roads.
Thank you, Director Ishii. Good afternoon, honorable members of the board and members of the public. My name is Roxanne Wilson, as mentioned, and I'm the Homeless Services Director for the county. Please note that there is a typo in our presentation. I do apologize, but the last census was actually taken on the 24th and not the 19th. Staff from the County of Santa Cruz and the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County conducted weekly outreach efforts. However, the majority of the households were not reachable despite repeated attempts. Outreach workers identified 2 available spaces at the nearest safe parking program in Watsonville, but the program's 24-foot vehicle size limit prevented placement for the households that were actively engaged. When direct contact could not be made, outreach staff left business cards on vehicles to provide information and encourage follow-up. As the presentation mentions, on the 24th, there were 10 RVs that remained on Railroad. Please, next slide. Efforts related to the RV issues really do reflect a continued coordination across county lines with us in the county of Santa Cruz to support vulnerable households in the Pajaro area. Additionally, county staff are continuing to explore options to establish a safe parking program as directed by your board. We were looking at a potential site on Lewis Court. However, that property has since closed escrow and is no longer available for this purpose. Staff have identified 3 other potential sites and have been working close with Public Works to finalize an initial budget, draft a schematics on whether or not the amount of vehicles could, or to identify the amount of vehicles that could fit. We have finalized the initial budgets and we are working on the final stages of drafting timelines. That all will come back to your board at the earliest convenience. Next slide. I don't know if CAO De La Rosa wanted to speak on this, but I certainly can.
Go ahead and cover it, Roxanne. Thank you.
Thank you. So as the slide mentions, both of the counties, ours is the CAO, County Administrative Officer, and then in Santa Cruz County is the CEO, met with all of our counterparts. So it was the head of the counties, an assistant CAO or CEO, and then me for Santa Cruz County, which is Dr. Robert Ratner. We also had the city of Watsonville's city manager and assistant city manager attend. We have met with the Monterey County Office of Education, the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, because we have identified that many of these families that are residing in the Pajaro area have students that are going to school in Watsonville because PVUSD, the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, actually spans across both counties. Unfortunately, I don't have any data, up-to-date data on how far the Office of Educations have gotten on their engagement, but I did see that MCOE reached out to SCOE to get an update. Just we haven't gotten their final numbers yet. So I do apologize for the lack of information in this area. But that concludes my 3 slides for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Staff also conducted an in-field site evaluation and took pictures for the benefit of the board and the public, which are going to be in the next 2 slides. And this is proceeding down Railroad Avenue. As noted on the timestamp on these pictures, these were taken on 16 April 26. These 2 pictures demonstrate the conditions shown at that point in time along this portion of Railroad Avenue, showing recreational vehicles, i.e. oversized vehicles along this portions of road, still out there as of that date. And these next slides show other portions of Railroad Avenue, including a portion of Allison Road, where there are also the combination of these oversized vehicles that are out there either on the road shoulder or further out into the road shoulder. And further, staff have conferred with our law enforcement partners to discuss the prohibition and to the possibility of expansion of the prohibition to other roads. As a note, the city of Watsonville and its ordinance became effective and began enforcement on 13 March 26. And since that point in time, staff conferred with our law enforcement partners to discuss data regarding their findings of either an increase in oversized vehicles or trailers or the combination of the 2 in the area. Since 13 March 26 and to today, the data is still somewhat limited. There's instances that have been called in through either emergency communications or that the vehicle abatement services have followed up on. All the calls have been generated for Railroad Avenue. Thus, the data indicates that the calls that have come in still remain on the existing subject road, which is Railroad Avenue, where the oversized vehicle calls have come in about. And as a note, when staff did their field evaluation on 16 April 26, as shown in those photos, there was a mobile trailer that was seen on Florence Avenue, which is a different portion of the community of Pajaro. However, staff are working with our Homeless Strategies and Initiatives Division and with the outreach teams to determine whether or not that trailer was a trailer that someone was living in, or if it belonged to a resident who lives in that portion of Pajaro who happens to have a trailer like that. The data is still not known at this time, but we are trying to find out if that trailer was indeed one that someone who's unhoused is living in, or if that happened to belong to a nearby property owner. And as a final note, the consensus among law enforcement was expansion of the ordinance to more roads in Pajaro would be a good idea. And thus it takes us to the recommendations at this point in time. Mr. receive a status update on Ordinance 5443 since the adoption of the ordinance at the previous board meeting, and to provide direction to staff, which could include directing staff to begin placement of the signs at the time that is most available for staff and the most feasible, to have the signs erected on Allison Road and Railroad Avenues and begin enforcement through our law enforcement partners, again on Railroad Avenue and Allison Roads, or a different course of action inclusive of holding the ordinance in abeyance and not placing the signs at this time, or other action as determined by the board. That concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions and comments, and we thank you very much.
All right, we'll bring it. Wait, we go to the public first. We'll open it up to the public for public comments or questions on public comment, I guess, on this item.
Good afternoon, for a change. Name is Eric Peterson, and unless suitable alternatives are provided, this is just kicking people who are down around. And it sounds like there's kids involved. Kicking kids around is evil. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments in chambers, we'll move online. We have a couple of hands raised. We'll start with the phone number ending in 705.
Yes, supervisors, it's an absolutely heartless program, and you're putting children in jeopardy. I want you to put yourselves in the shoes of those you wish to expel from this area. The homeless problem is going to get worse, not better, because to rent a hovel now in this area costs at least $1,500 a month, and that's for slumlords conditions. When you live in a car, no one wants to hire you. Jobs are being replaced by AI faster than we ever thought possible. So, you know, this is something we're going to have to deal with long term, as long as this is going on. So let them stay where they are until you can designate a more permanent place for them. There's plenty of city parking lots that are empty at night and could be utilized for these folks on an open from 6 p.m. until 9 a.m., providing a porta toilet cabin. Police that make the rounds anyway throughout the city could drop by on a nightly basis. This gives a safe haven for many poor families that have nowhere to go and can't afford housing. At least they have their vehicles. You could provide shower facilities as well, and should. You know, you spend $100,000 on a soccer field program that doesn't even need to be funded, according to one earlier speaker. Why not help these homeless people? Who knows, one day you may be there yourself. And so please put this on hold. There's a lot more you need to do, and be compassionate. Thank you.
We also have a comment from the phone number ending in 837.
Hi, supervisors. This is Brian Rosen. This kind of thing has been going on a long time, for probably over 1,000 years. Look at the gypsies of the old days. They stayed for a while. Somebody was kind, would put them up on their land, and then they were expelled. They had to move to the next town or whatever. This is a big problem. And if they have to leave town, where do they go? You know, there really should be a governor, the state should have a program where each county provides its share of places for people to park their vehicles instead of just expelling them to some other place, which is going to expel them back. And in Santa Barbara, they have an ordinance, such an ordinance, but it doesn't seem to be enforced down by the freeway. There's a lot of people living in their very long vehicles. There's a wonderful place I know of where you can get showers for 4 minutes for $1 down near Ojai, Ventura, and we need something like that. We maybe a special campground where people get to contribute and maybe pay a small fee. With showers and running water. But in the meantime, these are people, these are human beings, and they need to be treated humanely and decently. This kind of thing has been going on for so long, and there's so many people without homes now, and please have some compassion for them until we can figure out a place where Monterey County should at least be able to provide a certain amount of their fair share of the counties in the state towards housing these people who have families. And I would work with the legislature to come up with a program where every county has to do its fair share, of providing a decent place for people to park, a safe place for people to park with showers, for example, rather close by. So I ask you to postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing are there any other comments? No, okay. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Please.
Sure, thanks. So just to kind of look at the whole picture, there's been a homeless issue out there in the community of Powder for some time, and there were quite a number living on the river. On the banks there, which have been direct with some services out of there. But over about a year and a half ago, all that were on the Santa Cruz County side were being prevented from going over there, and we're on the Monterey County side, which we've put a lot of resources into there. Hope Village, which we've done. Primarily as the lead agency behind all that, although it's involved the city of Watsonville and Santa Cruz has been one of those steps, as well providing a number of other services down there. The other issue we have here is that the city of Watsonville is, and I'm curious to know where that program is, where they're banning all oversized vehicles now within the city limit, and is that being fully enforced? Because that just becomes a problem for the surrounding areas of Santa Cruz County and as well over on the Monterey side. Is that fully enforced right now? Do we have any information on that and what impact that's having?
It is in place. It's been in place, I think, for a little bit before this first came for discussion to the board. Do we have an exact date, Randy?
The exact date at which the city of Watsonville made theirs effective and began enforcement was March 26. And the city does have a web page talking about their enforcement, the program, alternatives for people, and so on.
Because as I understand it, most from the previous census we did on the individuals over there, most of them are from Watsonville. I think almost of the 9 of the 10 were from Watsonville, as well, if I recollect from previous discussions. So I know we've been working with the city of Watsonville and the other agencies over there. As I understand, so there are some options available out of here. But the problem is, when we're going and knocking on the doors to these vehicles, the people aren't responding. And it's comes really difficult to help people who don't want to take that step and meet halfway and try to come to solutions.
Just to touch on that, we did communicate with the County of Santa Cruz, and the CAO there did meet with the Office of Education superintendent there as well, and we're coordinating through the children to be able to reach out to the families. So not only did we have staff go on site, we also have the school interacting with the individuals.
I mean, I've had multiple complaints, just including this week from 2 different people about the issues that this is having in the neighborhood with the businesses and the nonprofits that work around there. So, you know, what I'm thinking is, you know, because we're trying to reach out to them and not getting a response. So what I'm going to suggest is that we go and we put the signs up, but maybe we don't enforce for a month, and maybe that will be another step that will get attention, that you know, we can go back to them and try to reach out to them, and so we can go and get them to the proper services, because they're not getting the services there that we're trying to offer.
So for clarity, we're being asked today if we want to put up the signs. Is that enforce the ordinance? I don't think that I moved from the position I was in last time, which was, you know, this is how we continue to engage in this conversation, is from a position of seriousness. And we know, based on what came in via the last conversation when folks were answering the door, where these folks came from. And just last week at Coastal, we saw another Santa Cruz County ordinance on large vehicles and a shift. And it wasn't necessarily a direct, it was a, hey, we're considering more here in the near future. And so I'm just worried we're going to continue to see more impact if we don't take a position and really engage in a meaningful conversation about the resources necessary to address this, with Watsonville already having taken their position. And so I'm comfortable putting the signs up and instigating this from a real position, rather than saying, hey, we're open to continuing to receive these folks, and taking this on knowing that, as we've heard, the majority of the kids are in school in Santa Cruz. They came from Santa Cruz. They're, you know, and so as we're moving through this, I'd rather we be in a position to have the conversation where we're holding a line rather than being squishy on it. I think if we're squishy and we just allow these folks to move into another low-income community that's already complaining to their supervisor, we're only allowing this to fall on a community that's already been victimized in another sense with everything that's happened in Pajaro in the recent past. And so I think at this point I'm comfortable moving forward with putting up the signs and beginning to enforce the ordinance.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions. We seem to know a lot through the school districts regarding the students, but do we have any further information about the employment of the folks who are residing on Railroad Avenue?
The first time that my staff and I had went out there, we were able to engage with 6 individuals. They were all strawberry field workers, with the exception of one of them, if I recall correctly, who worked at one of the local stores.
Okay.
But they all seem to be ag workers. And they also, the ones that we spoke to, has made some suggestion that once the season picks up, they will find another location for them to stay at.
And so the season, if I understand correctly, generally runs like April to the harvest season, April through like October?
Correct. And since then, we are now down at 10 RVs. At one point, we were at 12 to 15.
So 10 RVs that potentially these families will have somewhere to live once the season picks up. Is that, I mean, is like, sorry.
No, it's okay. Monterey County and Santa Cruz County, as everybody knows, is one of the most expensive areas in the nation to live. So it's possible that they can find a location, but I would be careful to assume that that is 100% guaranteed.
Got it. No, I was more wondering if they were seasonal employees that had housing. So no.
No, that is correct.
And then if you could help me understand through the photographs that were provided, the April 16th photographs on Allison Street and Railroad Avenue, am I seeing what is the nuisance? Is this it, or is there other images that would more accurately portray what the challenge is for the community?
Thank you, Supervisor Daniels. I can take that question. Staff were purely doing a field reconnaissance, determining the presence of the oversized vehicles on the roadway. What staff would also bring up by way of past recollection is that there were reports that there were refuse around these oversized vehicles. At the time the staff member gathered these pictures, the mission set was to gather the presence of oversized vehicles, or if they were not there.
Okay, so we've got about 10 vehicles on both of these roads currently. And when you were on that reconnaissance mission, did you see any refuse, or was it just you weren't looking for it, so you don't know whether or not it was there?
The staff member was not looking for that. He was looking purely for the presence of oversized vehicles or absence thereof.
Okay, so I am uncomfortable by this. I think I've expressed that in the last 2 meetings that we have. I don't know what problem we are solving other than, if folks are forced, if the 10 vehicles are forced to leave Allison and Railroad, they will have to go somewhere else. I mean, folks need to be somewhere. And so it sounds like what I'm hearing is we are trying to engage with Santa Cruz County and the city of Watsonville sort of in a tit for tat, right? Like a show of force. If we do this, then we won't be run over and they won't maybe continue to create these challenges for Monterey County. And I don't think that's going to solve anything. So I'm leery of telling Supervisor Church how he needs to respond to his constituents, right? Clearly, this is something that Supervisor Church's constituents have engaged him on, and they see a challenge and an issue in their neighborhood. But I want to be clear. I don't know how this solves a housing crisis. I don't feel comfortable with displacing children and working families. And it sounds like from at least 6 individuals we know are working families and with children. And so, Supervisor, I will support you. This is your district. I liked what you said. Perhaps we can investigate whether or not we enforce. If we do decide today to put up the signs, we could pause on enforcement with the hope that we continue to have more runway to address the unmet needs of this community. But I don't see this as solving a problem. And I also I'm looking at the images, and I'm not clear on the challenge.
I think in response to the question about the tit for tat with Watsonville and Santa Cruz County, one of the things that we brought up was exactly that we didn't just want to see folks being displaced into our county or us turning around and displacing into theirs. What we asked for, just more collaboration between the Office of Education in Santa Cruz County and Monterey County. We did determine that the majority of the kids are obviously from Santa Cruz County. I think maybe there was one exception where the kid goes to either middle school or similar in Pájaro. But the idea was to make sure that they were coordinating even among the Office of Education. We want to ensure folks are accessible to services. We are exploring other alternatives in terms of where there might be safe parking that's available. In the past, one of the concerns was also because of the proximity to the railroad. I think debris was being left, and so we do have engagement from Union Pacific at that site. But we continue to work with them. So I just want to clarify that there is, even as we're trying to connect with the parents, connecting through the school might be the better way so that they don't feel that we're placing them in an awkward situation, the families, instead trying to provide support through the kids.
And just to be clear, the issue that we were engaging Union Pacific on, is that the same issue, or wasn't that a flea market and a parking lot and other issues?
Yeah, I mean, that's been at the same time this has been going on, and I want to address that this isn't a seasonal problem. These, there's been, it's been a year, there's been 10 or 15 out there. They just started to accumulate. But at the same time, there was a illegal flea market going on all around Union Pacific property, which I've had multiple discussions with our HCD director on with there. And I mean, the county made 3 or 4 different individual, including the board, sending a letter to UP, and only when we went up to Speaker Rivas's office about 2 months ago did it really have contact with the UP, and then they're starting now to close this off. The whole area here, there's big plans for this with the train station eventually, and it's just become a conglomeration of trash dumping, illegal business operations on UP property, and on the side roads where we have these vehicles parked too. So it's a big problem in an area where we're trying to really improve and get some positive steps, not just for the community but broader. And I guess just looking at the whole picture here, it's going to go off a little bit of what Supervisor Lopez said, because we have to have some plans going ahead. Otherwise, we're going to become a magnet here, which we've already had a problem we had before on the river levee, where we're taking all of the homeless population in Watsonville and Santa Cruz County down there and coming over to our side. That was already a big issue, where all 150 were living on that levee a year ago. And we're looking for a safe parking program site. We've looked at sites. We've get some just about identified. Something goes wrong. We have several we're looking at right now. But that's why I'm really suggesting about perhaps we put the signs up. We give this another few weeks, maybe a month, let's say 30 days. We don't try to enforce anything. It's just to kind of get these folks engaged with us, because they're not engaging, and that's part of the problem.
Is there any potential that the reason we haven't been able to reach them is because it's during working hours? Have we tried it multiple times during the day?
Roxanne. Unfortunately, there are no outreach workers that are able to go after hours. It is very possible that could be a situation that complicates it. I will also say that we're in a kind of a surreal time with what's happening with people who are undocumented in our community. And I can sense that there was, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, people were a little intimidated when they had 2 counties knocking on their door, asking them a lot of questions about if they have children in the car. Are they undocumented? Are they working? I think that it's just a very strange time. And people in general are very intimidated in this community. So that's why we're trying to rely more heavily on nonprofit outreach workers rather than the 2 counties going out. However, the Santa Cruz County is very committed, and they have dedicated an outreach worker to go out there weekly. And that's why we have to also work with Community Action Board and Access Support Network to see if we can get some of the nonprofits to go out there more frequently. But as I mentioned, unfortunately, none of the contracts allow for them to go after 5 o'clock.
Well, I would certainly be more comfortable if we had at least one opportunity by one of the nonprofits or someone to be able to reach the folks, so they know. I mean, while we know where folks are, to be able to share with them what services are available prior to police action would be really important. And if we're only going during the day when we know folks are at work and children are at school.
That's the role, though, of connecting them through the school system, because the school may be able to provide housing resources that the families just are unaware of. So
that's right.
I think that having that approach maybe provides a little more comfort. And we can ask for additional follow-up in terms of the connections that have been made, but we've shared all the information since we last discussed this with the board with the Santa Cruz County.
Got it. Thank you.
I want to acknowledge, I think this is a really challenging thing to navigate, and we navigated it in District 4 years ago, there's nothing straightforward or easy about meeting people where they're at and providing services in ways that people can access them. And I'll just say, it required at that point in time when we were working through that issue, it did require, weekly meetings with all of the affected departments and nonprofit partners to hold everyone accountable to following through on the things that we, needed to do. And I think we've been at this conversation now for multiple months and at multiple times, and I guess I'm still not feeling a level of comfort that we're being, I guess, first of all, being honest about the limited resources that are available. And I love the idea that you can have a school that you let the school know that the children are housed in less than ideal circumstances, and somehow the school has resources to provide housing. Like, we know that that's not true. We know that at Salinas Elementary School District, we have over 100 children living in cars. So there's the need there is great, and there are no magical solutions to say, oh, the school knows, and so therefore everything is going to be okay. Like, that's just not the case. That's not even speaking to all of the other districts that we have with homeless children. So as we talk about, as we use words like we're providing resources or we're working with other partners to provide resources, the reality is that those resources are fully insufficient to meet the needs of the individuals that are human beings who are our neighbors from another county, but are our neighbors in need of safe and secure shelter, and have found the best option available to them in the form of a vehicle parked on the side of a road that's not a safe or appropriate place, but it's a lot safer than being in a riverbank. It's a lot safer than being in a lot of other places. So I think my ask as we move forward is that we're really honest about what actually are we offering in terms of resources, that we're really clear about the commitment to ensure that we're not just pushing people from one location to another, that we're not assuming that other agencies have resources for housing that we don't have available to us. Like, that's just not true. And from where I sit, the options that I see available is like, we have to identify a location for people to be if we're going to tell them you can't be here. That's a moral, ethical obligation that sits with us. I hear there's a concern about having things escalate. I get all of that, but right now we have 10 vehicles with, assuming multiple people who are working. They're not in the car because they're at work, working really hard to try to pull things together and do the best that they can. And if we don't make contact with them for whatever the reasons, and we put signs up and we start enforcement, like, we're literally just pushing people. And then we wonder, pushing people around, and then we wonder, well, why don't they answer the door when we call? Why don't they say, because we're further eroding the trust that anyone is sincere in an effort to provide, even if it is limited and insufficient resources. So I'm really, until I hear that there's been meaningful options provided and meaningful outreach that does connect with people, I'm just not comfortable displacing people. And I think that there are ways to go about it. I think that, whether it's, if we need to contract for after hours outreach to make sure that people have access to that, I'm fine with that. If we need to identify a county park that's available for overnight safe parking, that's on the table for me. I think there's a lot of things that I'm willing to consider and happy to engage in a conversation about in terms of solutions. But just simply saying you can't exist because you're poor is not something that I'm willing to entertain. So I hear there's kind of 3 votes on the table right now to move forward, but I'm not comfortable without more assurances that we're providing an alternative for people. So I will pass it back to the CAO.
And I appreciate the opportunity to expand further on the outreach that is occurring, perhaps through the school system. And one of the wonderful things about our communities, including the County of Santa Cruz, is the network of nonprofit organizations that have stepped in to assist our homeless population, whether it's at the tiny home village or other folks that are within the community. Unfortunately, what we found when we were doing some of the work related to the tiny home village, with which we partnered with the County of Santa Cruz and Watsonville for an encampment resolution grant, which was brought forward through Roxanne and the partnerships that she has in that county and through her prior work and the relationships that have been developed. We identified much of the need that was needed by community in order to address the folks that were at the levee. In addition to that, what we did find is that people were being relocated onto the levee because they found that perhaps that's how they were going to be connected to services. So we discovered that not only were they the folks that were previously there, but folks that were brought in from other areas within the County of Santa Cruz. So the discussion with the County of Santa Cruz and Watsonville was really just to confirm that we're not simply relocating people from one area to another, which ultimately resulted in these folks parking over at the Railroad Avenue, which of course the city of Watsonville city manager had shared that no, they were not displaced due to the ordinance, but just by chance it occurred around the same time that that population moved over to our side of the jurisdiction line. I think it's important to also understand many of these individuals, unfortunately, have availed themselves to resources that exist within the community of Watsonville or the County of Santa Cruz because of familiarity. Some of the outreach team that has gone out there have noticed that individuals are actually in the RVs, but choosing not to answer the door. And it does center around the fear of law enforcement, the fear of potential deportation, but understanding that they do potentially have jobs, just unable to find housing in the area. What we want to make sure is that if they need food, they're getting it. If they need other resources, they're getting those as well. And if the kids need to be supported to go to school, then the best approach is to try to go through the school system because that's an entity that they trust and understand and know. From my perspective, the outreach will continue. I know the outreach folks that we contract with are unfortunately tied up during the day and unable to go, but that doesn't mean other resources are not being accessed. And we could provide a list for the Board of Supervisors in terms of what we have provided to those in that community. So it's something more tangible that we could review.
So, there has been, and for several years, the whole time that I've been on the board, one or a handful of vehicles there this whole time. And it's unfortunate, it really becomes an issue when it starts to congregate beyond 2 or 3, because when it stays low to 1, 2, or 3, somebody will grumble and complain, but there isn't the issue of the trash. There isn't the issue of, sometimes that happens with just general disruption within the community, and it doesn't affect the people who are living there, their quality of life, which is important too in a neighborhood. And neighborhoods are important, and I believe we have to provide people who live in a place the same rights as well, and they have a right for some safety and to be in their house, to be in their front yard and let their kids go out and not be worried about they don't know who is really across the street. I mean, there's fear there, and there are some problems out of that. So we do need to, we need to have the resources to address that. I think as our CAO addressed out of that, and being that it seems that some of them are there and just not answering the door, but that's why I think we just need to try to go here for 30 days. And what I'm going to propose is, yes, we put the signs up, We don't enforce for 30 days. We go out, we do find some time to go out on weekends. We do find a time, some efforts, and put some resources into there so that we can go and get a hold of whichever ones are not involved. We'll continue, I'm sure, with through the schools and what other processes, and let these folks know, maybe leave, not just leave a card. I mean, a card can be intimidating when it's coming from the county, but maybe we can put together a little flyer or something to say, give some indication that we do have some assistance that we can do, where we want, we're trying to help, and make that effort to reach out, because inevitably you got to want to be helped. I mean, and you got to step up. I understand there's fear, but you got to want to be helped. And so, sorry, I kind of made a little appeal there at the end, but that was what my motion is. Not emotion, but motion.
Chair, if I could just ask a question. If we were to proceed with Supervisor Church's motion, I think this is a question for both the CAO and for Ms. Wilson. If information is being sent through the students to their families, does that information include alternative locations? And I don't mean convenient locations. We're looking for, convenient would be nice, but we're looking ourselves at a safe parking program in the vicinity. But will that information include, in Santa Cruz County and Monterey County, other locations for safe parking that they could access?
I'll have Roxanne expand on the safe parking side. What I can do is get the list of details that are being shared with those individuals so that you have them internally. I know that CABS has been a great resource. They're the operator that we have working at the tiny homes location, but some of the resources available through the schools are, in terms of how homelessness is identified, it's a little different. I could get a copy of that, though, so that we have it for us and just to understand what is available within their communities. Roxanne, in terms of safe parking, do we know if there's more than the one that we've identified?
We have a safe parking program at the D4 office, and then there's a rotating safe parking program on the Monterey Peninsula. There is a safe parking program in the city of Santa Cruz, but it's only for individuals from the city of Santa Cruz. I am not sure what the offices of education have provided. I know Monterey County Office of Education does have in possession the county produces the homeless resource guide and updates it every 6-ish months. And the MCOE always has that on file, and they always share that. I don't know if that's been passed on to the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Also, our MCOE is a CalAIM Enhanced Care Management Agency. I don't know if SCOE is an Enhanced Care Management Agency, but I do know that they are talking to each other. And Santa Cruz and the Monterey County Office of Education did say if they need to, they would do the enhanced care management for the individuals, even if they are from Santa Cruz County.
So help me understand, I'm familiar, obviously, with the safe parking program on the Monterey Peninsula, and I'm familiar with the safe parking program in District 4. Are you saying that there is no safe parking program in any other district that's closer to this location?
That is for the Monterey County side. That is correct.
So at minimum, and I can't imagine, when I was talking about convenient, this is beyond even possible to recommend, for example, the parking lot in Carmel Valley if someone's going to be commuting to school in Pajaro and to work. But at minimum, those locations need to be identified. Those locations, folks need to know where they can go. So even if it is a church parking lot program at the mouth of Carmel Valley or in Supervisor Askew's parking lot at her district office, folks need to know where they can go, and hopefully then on the Santa Cruz County side, there's something a little bit closer to where they are living. But I'm really uncomfortable executing the enforcement that in Supervisor Church's motion, unless a flyer is either affixed to the window or the door or put under the door, somewhere that it's accessible, so folks know upon implementation they have somewhere to go. And I'm hopeful that you'll be able to identify some locations in Santa Cruz County that are in closer proximity than District 4 and District 5 in Monterey County.
Supervisor Daniels, I will share with you that the folks that we spoke to out of my office, we did disclose to them that there are more options closer to the Monterey Peninsula. The only issue that was flagged by the individuals we spoke to is the price of gas made those options very difficult for them, especially because their children are going to school in another county. But we did offer it, and I will put together the flyer of combined resources from both Monterey and Santa Cruz County to ensure that they are distributed to these individuals before enforcement begins.
Thank you.
We could continue discussing and restating our positions. I'm feel really clear on where I'm at on this, and like I said, I'm happy to consider. I just need to know that we've got an alternative before any enforcement occurs. So, and we've had time, and I don't know if it means we need to start scheduling weekly meetings where we're really more engaged and getting copies of the outreach that's occurring, which is literally what we had to do in District 4 was to go, parcel, vehicle by vehicle, what's the plan, who's been out there, who do we need to have go out there, what do we know, and get really clear about what the alternatives are. But I'm still not hearing what the alternative for where we're telling people to move their vehicle to. And I'm until I hear that, that's what I need to feel comfortable moving forward. So, but we can take a motion if there's a motion, or there is a motion to put the signs up with waiting a month for enforcement. There's no. Okay, so there's a motion and a second.
With the efforts that we've talked about here, providing reaching out after hours, during regular hours, with resources as much as possible.
In advance of enforcement, if you're agreeable, we could provide a memorandum to your board that includes all of that information.
Okay, I'm gonna take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Oh, sorry.
It didn't pass, so. I know, that's what I'm saying.
I was hopeful that it was a memorandum, but I was hopeful that that memorandum could provide us the opportunity to see if there's anything more that could be done prior to the enforcement. So if the memorandum comes out in 3 weeks, at least I would feel comfortable that we could try to do something more before the enforcement starts. And if that's the case, I'd be able to support your motion, or I would support your motion. I'm very uncomfortable, but I
we will have additional information to the board before then.
I would be an aye.
Okay. All right, motion is approved. Thank you. And I'll just say, I remain available, having been through this once. I'm happy to sit down with whoever we can to review what worked for us last time and be a part of a solution as we move forward, identifying alternatives.
And if need be, I would be willing to provide some funding from our budget for gasoline if that is necessary, so folks have somewhere to go. And that could be from the District 5 budget.
So please reach out to engage in that. Okay, having said that, we're moving on to item number 9, which is our MOS 300 update with the presentation from Department of Emergency Management.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Scanlon. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for Monterey County. Thank you so much for having me here today. I will be providing a brief update regarding United States Environmental Protection Agency progress on battery and debris removal at the MOS 300 facility in Moss Landing. Per the US EPA talking points provided to the county, battery removal work continues at a steady pace. More than 30,400 intact battery modules have been de-energized for recycling thus far, out of a total estimated 35,772 intact battery modules. Nearly 29,000 intact battery modules have been de-energized and transported off-site for recycling. No flare-ups have occurred during battery removal work thus far. Removal of the intact battery modules for de-energization and recycling is expected to conclude within the next 2 months. After that process concludes, phase 2 demolition will begin and address the heavily burned sections of the building, plus initiate the removal, treatment, and disposal of any battery material that cannot be recycled. Before any of the battery debris that cannot be recycled is removed off-site, it will be sampled for waste characterization purposes in order to select appropriate facilities for final debris disposal. The waste characterization sampling results will be made publicly available. Battery work associated with phase 2 demolition is expected to continue at least into the fall or winter based on current projections. In addition to the 3 fact sheets US EPA released on water collection, truck routes, and keeping the community safe, the US EPA has also recently released 3 videos on battery transport, battery handling, and personnel and community safety, which can all be found on their website. And so with that, I conclude my update, and we'll hand it back to the board for questions.
All right, we'll start with Supervisor Church.
Yeah. One thing I've seen here is that quite a few of the batteries are still energized or have to be removed. Do you know offhand what percentage is left that has to be de-energized?
I don't, but I can follow up with US EPA and provide a response.
I think it's roughly half, or at least a significant amount close to that.
Before they're transported or when they're removed from the building?
Well, that are still sitting in the building. If I recall reading something or hearing something recently that they were, 40% of them or something like that were still energized.
Let me follow up with you and get some clarification because I'm not sure.
I guess what I'm looking at here is I'm trying to understand why they're still energized here after a year and a half when they're not going to be used, or almost a year and a half.
I believe it's because of structural stability and their ability to access the remaining batteries.
Okay, it just seems like it's still being energized as potential fire hazard.
Yeah, the intention is to remove them from within the structure or the compromised structure and have them de-energized in the staging area outside of the ash footprint. And so the phase 2 demolition that they've been working towards is stabilization of the structure so that they can access those remaining batteries.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's a little bit of a closed operation over there, let me just state, so it's sometimes hard to get those little details determined. Thank you for that.
Yes. All right, let's take it out to public comment on this item. This is our Moss 300 site cleanup update. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon again. Name is Eric Peterson. Fortunately, no longer living in my car. And in the interest of full disclosure, I'm a stockholder in PG&E, which is part of this problem. And I just think it's significant that a letter I sent to the president of PG&E was never answered. They don't care. So as we clean this mess up, just remember that the problem is still there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other public comments, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to any further board comment. We're receiving this update, so no action is necessary?
Correct.
Okay, great. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board, we can deem the report received. Thank you, Dr. Scanlon. And we'll move on to item number 10, which is a public hearing to consider accepting the 2025 annual report pursuant to County of Monterey Condition of Approval and Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program with some considerations for amendments as well. We'll bring it to Mary Israel, our supervising planner, or to Craig Spencer, or to whoever would like the floor.
My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. And while Ms. Israel's getting set up to provide the presentation, I just wanted to give a brief overview of today's item. We have two parts. One is the annual report. Many of you have had this report in past years. It is the report on the status of mitigation measures and their compliance with conditions for environmental documents we've approved in the previous years, as well as some other ongoing subdivision and project reporting requirements. This is something that comes out of a program that the board adopted several years ago. So the second item is to amend the program. I do want to say that there was, I believe, a very good reason for having this program in place at the time it was put in place. Things were much different with physical files and computer systems. We didn't have a good system for documenting and tracking condition compliance. That's not true, thanks to the hard work of people like Ms. Israel on the annual reporting, the training of our staff, the systems we have in place. We have the program and its contents that really give us the guidance for how we go about documenting condition compliance. We have a legal and professional obligation to follow through on conditions. What we're asking to do is to remove the annual report. Essentially, the way I see it, we're complying with conditions, we're documenting them, they're available for inspection online through our online permitting system or through public records requests. We're just getting rid of the annual audit of how we did with all of that. The reason being that we wanted to keep all of those program policies in place that really do help us do the thing that we're supposed to do, but get rid of the annual report requirement that does cause quite a bit of need for additional work beyond just doing the thing we're supposed to do. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Israel for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ruth Askew, members of the dais, and other supervisors. As introduced by HCD Director Spencer, this is a presentation on the 2025 annual report of the Condition of Approval Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program that I'm just going to call the program for the rest of this presentation, and then a proposed program amendment. As Director Spencer covered, there are two actions proposed for today. So I'll go into a little of the background. The board adopted the framework of the program in 2001 with Resolution 01391 as a result of the LEAPR settlement agreement. After a second litigation in 2011 alleging the county was not complying with its obligations under the prior settlement and under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, a second settlement included improvements to the program's CEQA compliance. Amendments to the administrative activities of the program in the years since have resulted in a robust and accountable program that now runs without court-related obligations. The program applies to projects with conditions of approval and mitigation measures. However, county administers the condition compliance on CEQA exempt projects in the same way. For the sake of time, I'll summarize this slide as the CEQA framework for why we are required to track and monitor compliance with mitigation measures. The annual report presents the status in January of this year for all projects approved with mitigation measures in 2025 and older projects that are selected by the CAPS, Condition of Approval Supervisor, that's me, Program Supervisor, during some older projects that are selected by the CAPS during 2025 for inclusion in this annual report. This information is presented in a brief summary text with a summary table, and then you find a series of responsible departments' annual reports that certify their project's compliance with the program in detail. By program definition, responsible departments are those teams or agencies that prepare, monitor, or report on condition compliance with mitigation measures. Finally, the report includes staff training attendance lists for the mandatory program trainings since the last annual report. The county approved 8 projects in 2025 that relied on a mitigated negative declaration, or MND. 2 related projects were analyzed with the same initial study in MND, so there were 7 MND. The recently approved projects are currently working toward condition compliance with their mitigation measures and conditions, and the annual report shows that there were no compliance issues described in the certifications from responsible departments for those projects. PLN 00696 Harper Canyon was also approved in 2025 with a supplemental EIR, but it is in litigation, so per the program's requirements, it was left out of the responsible department reports. However, at the last minute, staff should have included that in the summary and just listed it as a project in litigation that is not required to do its mitigation monitoring reporting in the annual report. So we accidentally left that out of the summary section. Staff requests that action on this item include accepting updates to the annual report to include that project in the summary review and in the summary table. And I can share red line edits if you're interested in seeing those after this presentation. There's also another minor edit where Parks was one of the responsible departments on one of the older projects, September Ranch, but it was a typo and it got left out of the summary table. So those are 2 minor changes. The 2 older projects in this annual report, one identified by the CAPS and County Council due to new ownership, is Bishop Ranch Pasadena subdivision, and a member of the public requested another older subdivision project be included in the report, and as mentioned, September Ranch subdivision is the second one. There were no compliance issues described in the certifications from responsible departments for these projects in the reporting period. So in 2025, the project-specific mitigation monitoring and reporting plans had conditions of approval and mitigation measures added or administered by this set of responsible departments. Because the public is invited to add older subdivisions to the annual report with reason, Monterey Regional Fire District staff were also required to submit an annual report on September Ranch. Condition compliance requires many steps, including pre- and post-hearing dialogue with permit holders, receipt and review of condition compliance documentation, and specific tasks that are done in Acela. Staff requires training to do these things effectively. In 2025, the CAPS and Deputy County Counsel Robert Breyer trained all responsible staff on November 20th to do these tasks. With the hiring of 3 new planners in the first half of the year, the CAPS trained them on June 26th and then in ongoing one-on-one sessions. So this concludes the section of the presentation that's on the 2025 annual report. And we'll, if you don't mind, we'll hold your action on that for the end. The program currently requires staff to produce responsible department annual reports in January, for planning staff to compile a complete annual report for the board to accept in the April of every year. But there is no law requiring this activity. HCD recommends removing it from the program, and there's also a letter from Deputy Chief Scott Anderson of Monterey Regional Fire District lending his support to the removal of the annual report. Here we are looking again at the components of the annual report. Anyone can track the projects approved with an EIR or MND by tracking the hearing agendas on Granicus, by utilizing Acela Citizen Access, or through a Public Records Act request. The program training would continue, and if a member of the public wants to track that training, they could do so through a Public Record Act request. The other 2 components, project summaries and responsible department reports, are clerical work that are time-consuming and can be considered unnecessary. Removing annual report activities from the program would not impact its implementation procedures mandated by County Code Chapter 16.70 and the CEQA guidelines. Responsible department staff would continue to administer condition compliance. Records would still be accessible. The CAPS would still be a point person for problem solving on condition compliance and, with County Council, training staff. Given that we are 5 years out from the close of the Leaper 2 settlement with a good track record and mitigation monitoring, it seems like a good time to release the many hours spent doing the annual report to use them on development review and condition compliance administration. Additionally, staff is proposing amending the program to increase the window of time allowed for newly hired planners before they must attend a program training. The program currently requires such training to be accomplished within 60 days of the planner's hire date. HCD proposes changing this window to 6 months. This change would increase the efficiency of the program without reducing the quality of condition compliance work by staff. Training new planners too early, when they're just learning county procedures for development review, can overwhelm them. They often ask me to retrain them on condition compliance later when they're ready to absorb it. So this would make it more efficient as a program while still having full training. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors accept the 2025 annual report with the 2 edits that were described. One to PLN 000696 Harper Canyon, being added to the summary statement on page 1, stating it was approved in 2025 with a supplemental EIR, but it is in litigation, and adding it to the table as project number 11. And the second edit is to add parks as a responsible department to page 6 of the report, last column of table 1, project number 9. Staff also recommends the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to revise the program to remove the requirement to produce an annual report and to extend the deadline for newly hired planners to be trained in the program from 60 days to 6 months. Action taken on receiving this report or making administrative changes to the program is not a project under CEQA. This is following guidelines section 15378B5. These are administrative activities that will not result in direct or indirect physical changes to the environment. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? All right, let's open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? This is item 10, our mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Okay, seeing no one in chambers or online, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Lopez? Nope. Okay, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Israel. If I may, I'm looking at the annual reports, and I understand that it takes a lot of time, but how much action happens in a year? Is some of this for certain departments just taking last year's report, making sure that, if updating it, if progress has been made, and then resubmitting it, right? Yes, help me understand that it's not that.
Okay, through the chair, it's not that.
Okay.
So it's a new set of projects every year. So the administration is a process in Acela where they review all of the conditions that have been applied that they're responsible department for. They generate a certification report in Acela. Then they have to do a sit-down meeting with the lead of the responsible department, and as they initial each condition, that's one of the attachments in the annual report, they initial the certification report and confirm whether or not there's a condition compliance form related to that condition in Acela, if it is moved forward or not. And that process can be time consuming, particularly for staff like at the fire district who aren't usually using Acela, usually taking hours of my time to help them through, retrain, train new staff. And then for older projects, that's when we might see that older report having to be regenerated.
Okay. So it's the new projects and every project and so the litigation, I would assume, was because conditions weren't being honored. And so how can you assure someone like me, if we stop the annual reporting, that we're not going to lose track of conditions that were part of projects approvals, and that they will actually get met, even if they're after the fact?
Right. I believe the litigation had many areas, and you're right that part of it was a lack of monitoring. The process by which we do quality control is I regularly peek into Acela and look at all of the projects that have mitigation measures applied and check if they've got full and complete condition compliance forms that are up to date for that stage of the project, whether it's grading permit or ongoing monitoring. If there's any issue with that, I reach out to the responsible department lead and let them know that there might be an issue that their staff needs to be retrained on how to make their condition compliance forms. And then if there's actually an issue with compliance, then there's a process that's laid out in the program in which the responsible department staff are supposed to elevate it to the CAPS in an email with their condition compliance form that's uploaded to Acela. Their condition compliance form uploaded to Acela for all public to see would show the compliance issue. And then by bringing it forward to me, I work with county council to meet and confer with the permit holder to talk about deadlines by which they would start meeting that ongoing monitoring or whatever it is that they've fallen back on, and let them know that there are code enforcement that can take place after that. We actually have in the past applied fines until they meet their own deadlines that they agree to in our meet and confer. So we do have a process that's in the program that would continue to happen. As far as bolstering what happens to make sure that there's, whatever pros that came out of this annual report process are not lost. I have circulated some text to management for review for a paragraph to be added to our website, the HCD website, under condition compliance that would specifically outline how a member of the public can access condition compliance forms on Acela and generate their own condition compliance report so they can directly monitor projects themselves.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and Director Spencer, maybe you have something to add, but you don't feel like anything would be lost in terms of our oversight, our monitoring, and our compliance by getting rid of the annual reports. It's more procedural and the time it takes to do this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that would be lost is the meeting we're having today, the annual presentation of the board. Were there issues with condition compliance in the past year or not? There's been very few issues, and when there are issues, they're resolved and then they're reported on in the annual report. And so I think it's a little bit important. I'll try to make this really quick. Mm-hmm. It was a necessary program at the time. Mm-hmm. When we had paper files, it was not clear which conditions were complied with and which weren't, and how and why. And so we couldn't, when someone asked, really tell them or show them. That's not how it works today under this program. That the things that are not being changed in the program, when the board, the planning commission, the zoning administrator, whoever it may be, applies conditions of approval to a project, they're entered individually into our permit database. They all have a timing. The timing says prior to issuance of building or grading permits, or prior to occupancy, or prior to recording a final map, whatever that may be. We will not issue that subsequent permit or complete that step until they've completed those conditions that have that timing. We document with the paperwork showing how it was complied with, and we mark that condition as complete. That can all be seen online. That's all part of the program that happens on a regular basis with condition compliance. The things like training staff are part of the program. Those are good things. Those should remain in place. They're really best management practices. The thing we're not doing would be having the annual report, which does provide some public benefit in terms of disclosing how all of this is and how it was all done. It's not that we couldn't do that. It's just we're suggesting eliminating it as a mandate to do this every year. And Mary's done a good job explaining the added work it takes with the additional requirements for every department and division within the county who applies conditions to go through and review every single one, whether they've been complied with or not, sign and date all of them, compile them all in a report, coordinate on older projects and things of that sort. So there are still a lot of things in the program that we suggest remain so that the best management practices stay there to make sure that the conditions are complied with and that we can show how and why and when they were complied with, but suggesting not having to do the annual report unless there's a request coming through HCD or the board to bring something forward and report on what the status
is.
is.
So, I mean, these are, it sounds like that the work is the everyday projects and all of the projects that are approved in a year that have conditions associated with them. But if I were to just give you some of the bigger examples that I hear about, not least of which would be the trail referral that is that I submitted not long ago, and I also do hear about things like the affordable housing requirement of a project, and when affordable housing that was a condition of a project doesn't get built. So how are we going to continue to track that? What do we do? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm thinking of the preserve. I hear about that all the time. You know, we get people coming in and applying for permits to build their own lots, but the affordable housing wasn't built. So was this program tracking those sorts of things?
No, unless there was a specific request with agreement by Mary as the caps, Israel, sorry, then those older conditions from those older subdivisions are not being reported on. Most of them, the final maps have been recorded for many years. A lot of them have been developed. And so there are mechanisms in place with things like inclusionary housing agreements. Often we will have them bond, or we will withhold permit issuance for the final 10, 20 lots, however many that is, until those units are built. We have gotten better at writing the conditions, making sure they're more effective in how we can ensure compliance with them, and trying to get the timing worked out so that we're not waiting this many years and things change, as we know, with things like affordable housing. So it's been a progression, but those conditions are there. They're applied by our housing division of HCD. There's actually usually an agreement approved by the board with the subdivider on how they're securing the insurance, essentially our insurance, that the affordable housing gets built. They're bonding for subdivision improvements, things like this. They're all part of our condition compliance review and can be documented through Acela and how conditions are complied with.
So if we were interested in an update on mitigation monitoring for something like the trails conditions for developments between Jack's Peak and Laurelis Grade, the referral is probably still the best path forward.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a great example of why this program was needed. At this point, it's hard for us to unpack exactly what occurred because the documentation wasn't there at the time all of that happened. As far as we know, offers to dedicate trails were made. County didn't really act on anything. And so we're having to unravel sort of little bits and pieces of information we have to try and piece together what happened. That will not happen moving forward.
Okay.
But it would be something that we, if there's something like that with an older subdivision, then yes, we would want to have a referral or come and do a specific exercise to figure out what happened and where to go from here.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'd also like to address that question because a member of the public could request every older subdivision with a trail condition of approval be in the annual report, but it wouldn't show the complicated issue that you're talking about because all of those conditions were met. It would just say met. Then there's evidence that they did their dedication of the trail to county. So the best way to approach that is through a referral and doing a deeper dive into post-condition compliance work.
I'm sorry, Mary, if this confuses me anymore, but in this type of report, you're saying it would show up as met, even though a trail doesn't exist currently from Jack's Peak to Laurellis Grade.
Right, because the actions required in those conditions that were applied at the time, just say prior to final map, the permit holder has to dedicate the trail to county. And so they do a letter of dedication, they offer to dedicate, and it's done. So that more to speak to what Director Spencer is saying, that as we approach these situations in future, we can write better conditions of approval to make sure that the steps have all of follow through.
Yeah. And on that matter, just the update is our referral is to understand better the status of those entitlements currently. Thank you. Very helpful.
All right. So we have the public hearing to accept the report, and then there's a request to remove the ongoing requirement to produce an annual report and to extend the window of time for newly hired planners to receive program training from 60 days to 6 months. Happy to entertain a motion.
I'll happy to make the motion to approve recommendations.
Okay, we have a motion from Church. Oh, I'll second. Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Church, a second from Askew. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay. All right. All right. We will consider that approved as staff recommendation unanimously. Moving on to our referral matrix and new referrals, there are none. And we'll move right on to our county administrative officer comments.
Just waiting. I'm just waiting for the screen share.
Jumped right in there, didn't I?
Your light speed. Can we stop sharing the screen? Okay, I think it's happening now. All right, perfect. I just wanted to make sure I didn't confuse any of the potential viewers out there. Playing a little bit of catch up, the Water Resources Agency accomplishments include for this week and actually for the year are as follows. In the past year, they've made strong progress across several key priorities. They advanced the design of the Nacimiento and San Antonio Dam safety projects through the successful use of state grant funding during this past winter and classified as wet normal. The agency provided flood risk reduction to communities while capturing stormwater to support future groundwater recharge. To further protect the public, the agency developed a new flood forecasting modeling tools to improve public information and emergency preparedness. The agency also expanded the Salinas Valley Groundwater Monitoring Program in collaboration with the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. In partnership with that agency, Water Resources supported feasibility studies for new water supply projects to address groundwater overdraft challenges, including seawater intrusion and declining groundwater levels. These project concepts are now publicly available, and staff will continue to presenting the findings in the coming months. The agency successfully resolved the longstanding financial audit dispute with the Monterey One Water. The effort strengthened collaboration through an amendment to the 2015 Water Recycling Agreement and the creation of a leadership group that now meets at least quarterly. The agency also supported the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project, which helped avoid nearly 20,000 acre-feet of groundwater extraction and protected the 180, 400-foot aquifer from seawater intrusion. Lastly, the agency updated its bylaws to establish a new Water Resources Advisory Committee, which has generated strong public interest and participation. These accomplishments reflect the agency's continued commitment to protect our water resources, support public safety, and planning for resilient water future. And that is the Water Resources Agency. I also want to add, we are in the process of developing the county administrative officer's recommended budget. The hearings will be held at the end of May, and we are working with departments now to try to identify what some of the proposals might do in terms of their departments and access to services to the community. And we look forward to presenting that recommended budget by early May. And then for discussion, we will be scheduling workshops in community with each of your districts. So we will be reaching out, if we haven't already, to see if you'd like an in-person, a virtual, or maybe a combination of both. But all that just to also say thank you to all of our department heads and the finance managers across the county that are making this recommended budget possible. So thank you.
All right, we'll go to board comments.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just open by thanking everyone who helped make the visit of the California Coastal Commission to Gonzales last week so memorable. We had a wonderful experience in the community where the mayor and 3 members of the city council joined us, as well as the mayor of King City, Mike Labar, to welcome everybody inland. And I think the commission had a unique experience and got to really absorb the feeling of the Salinas Valley and its importance as they talked about driving along 101 in the morning and the evenings with all those 18-wheelers by their side and all of those trucks of vegetables leaving throughout the night visible, and you could hear them from their hotel room. So they were just so impressed with the production of this valley and the people who make it so special. So I want to thank them for coming, for making Gonzales the place for that particular meeting. And then just to share that over the weekend, it was a busy one. We had the opportunity to sit with the fire chiefs for a little while out in Seaside. It was Mayor Byrne, as well as Supervisor Daniels and myself, and many other electeds from throughout Monterey County were in the room to really acknowledge the folks who help keep our community safe from wildfire and from so many of the different challenges our communities face right now, especially fireworks, which were a hot topic at the Coastal Commission this last week. And then that evening, I was able to make it to King City, where we kicked off the Salinas Valley Fair with the official kickoff dinner. Obviously, it doesn't really start for a few weeks, but that was the opportunity. Well over $100,000 was raised in the live auction that evening for the fair. And so I want to thank all the donors who contributed that evening to make the fair possible and always such a hit for our community. And lastly, I'll share that same day I had the opportunity to pick up nearly 3,000 pounds of dog and cat food with my trailer out in Carmel at Pets Food Express. And we brought that to King City, where yesterday we spayed and neutered nearly 200 pets in partnership with SNP, our neighborhood pet project, Save Cats, as well as the County of Monterey, the Monterey County Weekly, the Community Foundation, and so many others. I'm sure I missed a couple, but 4 clinics on site that ran double days, so 8 total clinics in San Lorenzo Park and our county park yesterday, 200 pets fixed, and all of that food went out quickly to community who needed it. And so just thankful for all the partnerships and helping to get those pets fixed. We know that each pet that gets fixed lives an average extra 1,000 days. And so I think a lot of years were added to lives yesterday, which is great enjoyment for the community. So grateful to have been able to bring that opportunity to King City yesterday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I wonder if that's appropriate to move that much pet food from one supervisorial district to another. Might be a referral coming? No. I did want to mention that on April 11th, Adriana Malgoza did win the Ralph B. Atkinson Award from the ACLU for her work with his executive director, Waltersville Law Center, and guarding the rights of immigrants. Again, that was on April 11th. This Saturday is the open house at the Moss Landing Marine Laboratories, 9 to 5. They always have some fun activities for all ages, I should say, and some very interesting exhibits. If you haven't never been there, I recommend it. It's always a lot of really interesting stuff. That same day is Day of the Child Family Festival at North Monterey County High School, 12:30 to 5. Be with games, cars, performances, food. So Saturday's a very exciting day on a lot of things. And I wanted to also raise, I'm having my Oak Hills Town Hall a week from Wednesday on the 29th at the conference center at the Castroville Library, and at 5:30 to 7. And we'll it's always gets a good turnout from Oak Hills, and that's it.
Thank you. I am really pleased to report that I drove through the Laurellis Grade roundabout this morning and did not stop once. It was fantastic. The temporary signals, traffic signals have been turned off, and the roundabout is fully functioning. And I just want to really take a moment to thank Director Ishii and his team. They did a remarkable job throughout. I don't even want to know how many months or recount how many months, but it was a fantastic job that was, I think, done very efficiently and very professionally, and we are super grateful for the Public Works team and the work they did to get us through this construction period. And in a blink of an eye, they repaved a portion of San Venancio Road, and I've just heard from so many constituents very grateful for that work. So thank you, Team Public Works. This week, I did get to do several really wonderful things, starting with the Champion of the Arts breakfast. That was fantastic, and what a fun event honoring the various champions of the arts. I also got to spend Earth Day in Carmel by the Sea at Devendorf Park, and it was a lovely celebration with Carmel by the Sea constituents. That evening also got to attend, like Supervisor Lopez, the Monterey County Fire Service Honors Gala and support our Department of Emergency Management awardees, and also got to catch a glimpse of the new North Monterey County Fire high water vehicle. Very impressive, terrifying, in fact, sort of a frighteningly large vehicle. And want to just wrap up my comments by saying I'm going this weekend, Saturday morning, to Sonoma County, and I will be participating in a fire evacuation drill with some of the neighborhoods that are similar to many neighborhoods that we have in our county, and want to just experience what they're doing in preparation for wildfire evacuation. It's something I hear from constituents quite a lot, that they want to run evac drills, and so this is an opportunity to go to another county that is performing an evacuation drill and to see how they do it and see what we can bring to Monterey County to put into practice here. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'll report out when I get back.
That is the only high water in the state, by the way, which is courtesy of the work from the state and the $20 million that was provided.
All right, and I'll briefly make some comments. We have some in-district office hours this coming Thursday, the 23rd. I believe it's Thursday. April 23rd, is that a Thursday? Anyway, from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Marina Library, we're welcome the public to stop by, say hi, meet my team. That is a Thursday. So April 23rd, Thursday, from 4 to 6, we'll be at the Marina Library to chat with anyone who wants to chat about District 4 issues or anything related to the county. I've really enjoyed this last couple of weeks. I've had a couple opportunities to spend some time with CSUMB students and hearing their policy recommendations and chatting with the student leadership, and the issues that they're grappling with are very much the same as issues we're grappling with: housing, transit in and off of campus, basic access to basic needs like food, shelter. The things that they're struggling with are very much real and relevant to the rest of the needs of the county. I want to give a shout out to all of the organizations who are contributing to the celebration of Earth Day events throughout the county. Seaside and Marina held their Earth Day events this last weekend. Delray Oaks and Salinas are holding Earth Day events next weekend, and the theme of taking care of our community and really around the infrastructure of care for our land comes down in so many ways to the infrastructure of our human relationships. And so being in relationship and out in community with the folks that are doing the work is really has been joyful. And I think those were my highlights for this week. Oh, also wanted to give some credit to our Assemblywoman, Dawn Addis, who hosted for the third year in a row the Central Coast Caucus gathering of all of our Central Coast statewide assembly members and state senators to come together and strategize on issues specific to the Central Coast and think about the policies that they'll be advancing as our coalition of legislators. So really appreciate the work that Assemblywoman Dawn Addis is doing to convene and be intentional about the policies that are being brought forward on behalf of our region. And while they did that, they also raised some money for some scholarships. So always nice to be able to spend time with our state leaders. But with that, I think we will wrap up this meeting. We do have an adjournment in memory today. And if we could have that, let's do our readout from County Council first while we put our slide up for our adjournment.
No reportable action from closed session.
Okay. Thanks for letting me not miss that. All right. And I will pass the floor over to Supervisor Daniels for our adjournment today.
Thank you so much, Chair Askew. And today, I'm wanting to adjourn the Board of Supervisors meeting in memory of Raymond Michael Narvaez Sr. and Aurelia Torres Narvaez. And if you're not familiar with the Carmel Pinecone's obituary pages, it's rather impressive to open the pages of the Pinecone and learn about some of the tremendous individuals that make this county so special. And when I opened the Pinecone last week, I saw that the parents of Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Ranger Joseph Narvaez were on the pages of the Pinecone. And so I read their story and felt immediately that it was worth sharing with all of you. And so I'm going to go ahead and read the obituary as it was presented in the Carmel Pinecone. Raymond M. Narvaez and Aurelia Torres Narvaez passed away peacefully at home per their wishes in their 100th year of life. They passed just a few days apart, surrounded by family. Raymond and Aurelia met in 1958 at a Catholic social mixer at the Carmel Mission Basilica, beginning a lifelong partnership rooted in faith, family, and shared joy. They were married in October 1960 at the Carmel Mission, where they remained devoted parishioners for decades. In their early years together, they enjoyed gardening, square dancing, and building a life centered on community. Raymond Ray Michael Narvaez Sr. was born in 1926 to Leon Narvaez and Ana Pales Narvaez in San Francisco, California, before they rejoined the family in Carmel. Born Ramon Miguel Narvaez, he was a descendant of one of California's early families with roots in California tracing back to Jose Agustin Narvaez, an early alcalde of San Jose during the Spanish and Mexican eras. He was also a descendant of the Revolutionary War patriot and militia officer Isaac Davis, one of the original Minutemen, and Davis's descendant, William Dana, the Yankee sea captain who established a successful rancho in Nipomo, California, under a Mexican land grant in the 1830s. That branch of his family arrived in America in 1640. At the age of 17, during the Second World War, Ray joined the U.S. Merchant Marine, sailing the world as an able-bodied seaman. He later served in the U.S. Army's 2nd Division during the Korean War, concluding his military service as a staff sergeant, leading a recoilless rifle section of 18 men. Aurelia Ray Narvaez was born in 1926 to Jose and Zenovia Torres in Calexico, California. After high school in the Imperial Valley, she moved with her family to Salinas, where she was among the first female court reporters and Spanish-language translators in Monterey County Superior Court in the 1950s. She later served in the Monterey County Department of Social Services. Ray was also active in labor organizations, including SEIU, where she advocated for workers and contributed to meaningful change in the workplace. She received numerous numerous accolades for her years of dedicated service to the union. For many years, Ray volunteered as a polling place supervisor along with her daughter once her daughter was old enough to vote. Together, Ray and Ray built a life defined by faith, service, and devotion to family. Ray served for many decades as an usher at Carmel Mission Basilica, while Ray, the other Ray, served as a Eucharistic minister and sacristan and a member of the Altar Society. During Ray's retirement, she brought the liturgy of the Eucharist to the sick and homebound, as well as making rounds at the community hospital. Ray was an active member of the Knights of Columbus. Hopefully you're following along to know which Ray I'm talking about. And Ray was a dedicated, meaning Aurelia, dedicated member of the Catholic Daughters of the Americas, including serving as a state regent. Together, for more than 30 years, they enjoyed coordinating the coffee and donuts social hour after the 11 o'clock Mass. I might have taken one of those donuts at one point in my life. Ray found great joy in gardening, which became both a passion and a legacy. As owner of the historic Piccadilly Nursery in Carmel in the 1960s and 1970s, now Piccadilly Park, he also cared for gardens throughout the Carmel and Pebble Beach area. He delighted in sharing his horticultural knowledge and took pride in cultivating his own lush garden that complemented Ray's talent for flower arranging. Ray worked alongside him in their family business. Ray and Ray were both avid San Francisco Giants fans, attending many games with their family. They cherished spending time with their grandchildren. Ray spent hours in the garden with them, gathering eggs, teaching them about plants, birds, and insects, and introducing them to and instilling an appreciation for the panoply of wildlife that passed through their property and in the adjoining Mission Trail Park. Ray shared her passions for coin collecting, ceramics, leatherwork, and service to others, leaving a lasting impression through both her interests and her example. They are survived by Ray's sister, Denise Narvaez Wilson, their daughter, Anna Narvaez Helms, Jeffrey Helms, their sons, Raymond Narvaez Jr. and Joseph Narvaez, Angela Eccles Narvaez, their grandchildren, Adam Helms, Caitlin Roush, and Max Roush, and Matthew Helms, Jocelyn Helms, their great-grandson, Rivel Roush, and many beloved nieces, nephews, and cousins. They were preceded in death by Ray's brother, Dennis Narvaez, Ray's siblings, Alice, Julie, Socorro, and Francisco, Frank Torres. A deep appreciation goes to the grandson, Adam Helms, who cared for them in the latter 15 years of their lives. Gratitude also goes to VA in-home aide AJ, CNA nurse Chris, nurse Angie and her team, personal care Angel, Cindy, and Eucharistic minister Patrick. Their funeral mass will be celebrated at the Carmel Mission Basilica at 10 a.m. Monday, April 27th, and donations can be made in their names to Carmel Mission or to the Big Sur Land Trust if desired. So with that, our thoughts and well wishes go to our friend in the 5th District, Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Ranger Joseph Narvaez, and all your family at this time. Your parents are a very impressive duo that it really just was important to share their passing and to close this meeting in adjourn in their memory. Thank you very much.
Thank you.